Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. And today, oh god, I waited for this day, like it went for so fucking long. Why? Because we're getting into the Arknights collab, the Limbus X Arknights collab. We are getting into a pilgrimage of compassion. Yay! We've got the collab. Let's go. It's a big. You guys know how much I love Arknights and how much I love Limbus, so. You guys should know. I'm like super mega excited for this event. Okay, let's jump right into it. We've got some extraction to do. So just quick summary basically of what each and every single one ego will do. So basically we've got Unbridled Glory Gregor, which is basically based on Mirnor. Big DPS, big tankiness, DPS, anti-stagger, defense, level up, protection, ego. It's a very it's basically a very defensive ego that turns into an offensive one after it gets some time to stack. Green Command Meltdown Faust, which is basically based on Kal'tsit and probably Monster too. It's basically green Fluid Sac with more focused on defense level up and protection, and on the health of the ID it is equipped onto. But the corrosion, it seems like the corrosion deals a lot of damage too, and it's rupture and burn. And then to remain oneself Honglu, which is basically based on Ling, which is like a Swiss sibling. It's a fragment of a god. Skipping the details there. It's a poise and sinking ego that is mainly DPS based, and I think it's like, according to what we've seen from the kit, it's supposed to be quite cheap, and because it is supposed to be very spammable. It's supposed to be a DPS ego that is very, very spammable, that you should, the more you use it, the more it is going to hit, the harder it's going to hit, you know. So let's jump right into it. I have like 48,000 lunacy, basically 49. Everything is going to disappear, and I have like 26 tickets. So I don't know if I'm ready, but hey, you know, like you gotta do what you're gonna do. So first, the free paid, well, the paid lunacy free extraction. Now that it is out of the way, let's jump right into it. So, wait, let me just show the text there. So we're already on pool number 11. I've got nothing for now. So pool number 21, nothing either. Oh, hell, Bio, did you get anything? $22, nothing. I haven't logged in yet. Oh, alright. It's fine. 23. 24. 25. Nothing yet. 26. 27, so it's nothing for now. Okay, 37. Oh, no ego. Shit. It's okay. Arcop Heath. Seven. $57, like, oh god. Oh? Oh no! It's not the right color. Yeah, 67, and it's Deviat Sinclair. I was about to write skincare in the, I think we are at 67, yeah. 67 pulls, nothing yet. I'm hurting inside, guys. Oh god. 77, nothing. I mean, I say it for a reason, but wow. 87, nothing. Miller! Miller Gregor! Let's go! Hey, the last time I pulled BO, it was Uma-san. The last time I pulled on stream, it was Uma-san BO. And do you remember the fiasco it was? I refuse to acknowledge. Like, shut the fuck up. The pain, the scar is still hurting. It is still seething. Yeah, you also have to remember that we also have like the Walpurgis later this year, so like before Canto 9s. Okay, yeah, Canto 9. So it's going to be painful. 7 Faust. Come on, ego. Nope. Oh, 7. And yeah, G-Comp Gregor. $127, nothing. $137, we've got nothing, I think. Yeah, 137. This one is going to be 147. Looks like nothing. 157. Kal'tsit! We've got the Kal'tsit! I'm still sick, guys! $157, we've got Command Meltdown. Faust. Yay! Now Longlu, Hongling. I'm basically already guaranteed to get him because I'm going to pull until I can shot him, but I kind of want to save the maximum amount of if possible. I kind of want to save a maximum amount of pulls because again, we've got the we basically got we got the Walpurgis coming in, so. Yeah, 197, nothing. And this is like last pull. If he comes now, I'm going to be mad. Yep, too bad. So 25,000. Let's just do the math. I think it's 25,503 divided by 100. So I now have like basically 200 pools, like 196 pools for the Walpurgis. Just below the ideality, just below the threshold. Yeah, 200 pulls for Gebura Walpurgis not. But you also have to remember that Canto 9. And Canto 9, because there are story IDs, I'm also probably going to pull. So now I basically have until December to just save. Alright. Well, I guess you guys know I'm going to use this team. Because, like, everyone in this team can use the egos. Like, I mean, they all belong to the same team, and I'm going to use the egos, so. Even though they aren't the best team for each sinner. Let's just see how much it. Oh wow! Final power +3. Wait, it already rolls 33. Is it already better than Flute Sack? Yep, it's already It already rolls better than Flute Sack. If the target has burn or rupture. What the fuck? There's no count or potency requirement. So it can have one burn potency, just one burn count or one rupture count, and straight up gains +3. What the fuck? I mean, it loses 2 skill weights when compared to Food Sack. But still, the 1% for damage for every 1 rupture potency and rupture count on the main target, max 25%. That's pretty nice. So plus 25% multiplier. If this unit has hardened shell, multiply this effect in its maximum is capped. This effect its maximum capped by 2. So 20, so up to 50%. So hardened shell barrier can stack up to 10 on turn end, lose 3 stacks. Turn start gains stacks divided by 3, defense level up, basically maximum 3, rounded down. Immediately before getting hit by an enemy, consume half of hardened shell barrier and protection equal to stack consume 1 button rounded up. While you can gain up to 5 protection? What the Is it Fluid Sack 2? Oh wow, other protection, holy hell, you're getting like really fucking ticky. it immediately gives you 10 hardened shell. Yourself and one ally with the least HP percent by 30% of this unit's max HP. What? Wait, is it cheaper? 8 resources? Is it cheaper than food sack? It's... What PM? What in the actual fuck? So, it is cheaper than food sack. It is only quote unquote... It is quote unquote worse than food sack because it will consume 5 sanity after usage, while fluid sac can technically be a +5. But otherwise, 30% of this unit's max HP. Wait, on mouse, how much is it? And it's going to scale with mouse on top of that. What the fuck? It's a +75 HP with mouse. When equipped by mouse, it's a 75 HP heal. How much is it with fruit sack? 15% of max HP. There are only 2 situations where fluid sac are quote unquote, and fluid sac is a -1 offense level, while Comet Meltdown is a +2. There are only 2 things in which fluid sac win: the attack weight and the fact that it can quote again, it can be SP positive. And yeah, God, the Command Meltdown is insane. It's just straight up better food sack. What the fuck? Okay, let's see the corrosion. Targets randomly. Okay, it's a +4 on offense level. Targets randomly, base power +1 for every 6 Raptor potency plus Raptor count on the main target, max 2. Oh wait, it's 3 + 4 plus... Oh, it's 3 + 4, so it's technically up to 16. 19, but with the +2 it's a 21, so on the corrosion you're kinda like meh, you know? But it's indiscriminate. Gain +1 attack weight for every 3 highest resonance, maximum 2. So it goes up to... It basically becomes equivalent to Fluid Sac. In 10 hardened shell barrier, this skill did not stagger. Take 25 take HP damage equal to 25% of the unit's max HP and gain shield equal to HP damage taken. You gain 40% of your max HP as shield. This damage does not kill you max out the hardened and that 2 damage up. Rupture plus rupture counts. Constant. If this skill did not stagger, deal plus 30% damage if it burn. Yeah, I think this one is more oriented damage. And it uses 5 more SP. And then we've got the passive. So up to 10% of this unit's max HP. You do guys realize that straight up when like straight up when it comes down to the Awakening, it is a better Fluid Sac. But if you factor in the passive, it is basically Fluid Sac and Thorakalgia combined. With the downside of Thorakalgia being that it does not generate, it's not going to feed poise. It's the only downside. It is Thorakalgia and Fluid Sac combined. It's insane. It's so fucking strong. Then we've got Honglu. I'm not even going to make the comparison with the others because like Dimension Shredder is good, yeah, but they are more interesting. Like poor Honglu has the choice between Dimension Shredder and Effervescent Corrosion when it comes down to his Hey Ego, his Hey Ego. To remain oneself is like by default the best one. I wouldn't say it's trash, I just would say that it's way too situational. So he gains 4 points, it's a +3 already on offense level, so it goes up to 22. Attack weight 4. Final power +1 for every 5, poise potency plus poise count on self, max 3, so it goes to 25. Before attack, if this unit does not have Thunderer or High Thunderer, so it's 1 offense level up for Thunderer. And Higher Thunderer is like +2. Offense level up and defense level up. Recoup half of Ego. Motherfucker! It's cheap as hell! 2 Gloom, 4 Pride, 1 Sloth? It's cheaper than other He Ego. It's only 7 resources. Half of Ego resource and is consumed by this skill, rounded down. If this unit has Thunder, again +1 attack weight and deal +25% damage. If this unit has High Thunder, and +2 attack weight and deal +45% damage. After attack gain 5 Thunder. If this unit has Thunder or High Thunder, consume all of it in game High Thunder. If this unit has Thunder, deal plus poise potency percentage damage on critical hit max 20%. Yeah, it has like really big multipliers when it comes down to poise damage and High Thunder and shit. So you're just going to spam it. So 12, 16 on the goes up to 7. It's a +5 offense level and goes up to 7 on attack weight. Base power +2, so it's like 16, 18, and cold power +2, so it's 18, +4, 22, +2, 24. It becomes like really strong. Like the corrosion gets really strong, really good. Gate Thunderer, this is a Thunder, High Thunder, custom all of it. Deal pride damage by 10%, pride damage by 15%. Plus poise potency % damage on critical hit if this is High Thunder. And you gotta keep in mind that you gain 4 poise and 4 poise count on it. Inflict 2 sinking and deal pride. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Yeah, Full Stop Hunger is going to love this. And then you gain 1 Ego resource of the least own affinity among Sloth, Gloom, Pride once you use it once. If you use Superbia, does it like refund like half of what you should have used? That would be a really funny way to cheat it out. For every Thunderer and High Thunderer stack lost or consuming this incantable. Bro, it's a free plus 15% damage up. Brother, what the fuck? These egos are crazy. Let's check on Uncle. Fuck you, Garden of Thorns. Okay, let's see now. So 2 Wrath, 3 Sloth, 2 Pride. Okay. I'm cooking something inside my head. Give me time. When used for the first time in encounter, consume 1 fewer Wrath, 2 fewer Sloth, and 1 fewer Pride. So it's a 1-1-1. It's a 1 at 1 plus man in scabbard. 40 stacks of man in scabbard. Okay, holy shit. Stack divided by 8, gain 1 aggro, max 5. For every stack divided by 20, gain 1 protection, so 2, gain 10 stack at turn N, can gain up to 20 per turn. I changed Brilliant Glory, Incandescence instead. This skill does not hit enemy, does not trigger defensive skill, and external effect cannot trigger this skill on reuse, gain 1 man scabbard, heal 25 SP, so for 1 Wrath, 1 Sloth, 1 Pride, and 5 SP, you set it up. Gain 2 offensive level up and 1 damage up next turn, and then Unburned Glory, Incandescence, so it's a 15 plus. It's a 15, but it's a plus 3. Like Incandescence becomes like plus 3 offense level, attack weight 3. Cannot trigger this skill to be reused. At 40 man scabbard becomes clashable. At 40 man in scabbard, until this skill ends, this unit can be staggered from taking damage and gains clash power plus. What the fuck? It becomes a straight up 35 35 clashing skill. Consume all mine scabbard and gain the following effect, all of them rounded down. For every stack consumed, divided by 20, recuperate 1 ego resource in the following order: Pride, then Wrath. So Pride, Sloth, then Wrath, I guess. Oh no, Pride, then Wrath. So he only gains back Pride and Wrath. Wait. Incandescent Glory basically only consumes 1 Pride, 2 Sloth, and 1 Wrath. Then. Because it refunds itself in Sloth. And it refunds itself in Pride and Wrath. And yeah, 40 seconds, yeah, of course. For every stack consumed, divided by 10, gain 1 max attack, gain 1 attack weight, plus 4, so 7 attack weight. With stack consumed, gain defense level up once per turn. So, okay. Wait, once? But why once per turn? I mean, you're still going to get 4 defense level up. Yikes, Orange. I feel you, my brother. If 40 stack was consumed, the 4th coin deals plus 100% damage as soon as unit gains 2 protection once per turn. Okay. Before attack, deal plus 5% damage for every 8 burn plus tremor on the main target, max 25%. Heal 5 SP for every target that was staggered or killed due to his kill damage. Wait, huh? Are you telling me it basically becomes free again? So basically, if all the conditions are fulfilled, Unbrilliant Glory Incandescent consumes 1 Wrath, 1 Pride, 2 Sloth, and 5 SP. You're fucking kidding me. After again 1 man scabbard turn, and if this kid did not consume 40 man scabbard, the left gains basic aggro. Reuse this coin, man scabbard stacks consumed divided by, so basically 3 times max. So he has 4 shings. If this coin isn't cracked, and if it targets 3 plus enemies, the final coin to be used deals plus 20% damage for focusing on each mask count as 1 target. Inflict 1 burn, 1 tremor on hit without cracking. This is the final coin, and if the target has 15 plus tremor, potentially trigger tremor burst and reduce target's tremor count by 1. If this coin was used 4 times, the assault damage goes to Tremont. Ha! You still want to use him in a tremor heavy team. Interesting. Let's see the corrosion. Yep, negative coin. I expected it. It's a +6 on offense level. What the fuck? 20 from 20 to 4. Targets generally there are 3 plus targets. If the coin without cracking, the final coin deals +30% damage. At 4 T minus scabbard baseball +1. Consume all man scabbard defense level up, protection. The 3% damage for every 6 burn plus tremor on the main target, max 15%. Baseball -4 for every cracked coin, so -16. This is a big yikes. You do not want it to crack. Gain 1 man in scabbard, E40 use +8 aggro. You do not want to use the corrosion. Then passive, gain man scabbard when meeting one of the following conditions. Gain 1 for every 3 HP damage taken from getting hit. Gain 1 for every 5 shield HP damage taken from getting hit. Gain 10 per staggered ally when other allies become staggered. Gain 20 per dead ally when other allies are killed. Turn start. If this unit is staggered due to damage, and if this unit has 40 plus man scabbard, fix all of this unit's resistances value to 2. So he... Oh no, okay. So basically, he recovers from stagger, but he becomes fatal to everything. Turn end. You gain 10 stacks of man scabbard on turn end. Yeah, of course, like, for that turn only, yeah, of course, but still, like, it's crazy that he recovers from stagger like that. Well, okay, these egos are absolutely cracked. Okay, I'm switching it up. Like, Zoidgregor basically feels like, he's probably the one who's going to profit the best from the Sin Affinities. But I think the one who's going to fuel it best I highly doubt. It is going to be Twin Hook Pirate Gregor. Twin Hook Gregor is the one who fuels Unbrilliant Glory the best because he's only missing Wrath. Like Firefist Gregor doesn't have he only feeds yeah, I know it's goated on Zweigregor, but Zweigregor only feeds the sloth. He does not feed the pride nor the... Oh, wait. He does neither feed pride nor wrath. The one who feeds it the best is probably Twin Hook Pirate Gregor. So for this team, I'm going to bring Pirate Gregor, Honglu. Yeah, it's probably going to be this. Yeah, it's going to be. I'm bringing the full stop duo. I should level up Yasung at Tatatropon, by the way, like it's yeah, I'm bringing in the full stop duo. So I'm bringing these three. I'm bringing Mola Botwak Ishmael because I'm probably going to make her use the Skadi one, the Skadi thingy. So here's the thing. I am right now. The thing that I'm aiming for with this team is basically. Wait, what are the sloth, gluttony, and pride? I just realized something. Heisho Mao, like Mao Faust feeds it perfectly. What the fuck is wrong with you, PM? So poise, sinking, but it's Pierce. Poise. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? It's probably going to be better with Molabot Kishmael, but I want to do something funny. I'm moving in the Rupture. So, Rupture, poise. So, Pierce. I'm bringing these 5 guys. And I think I'm going to feed in to the so she solo feeds it. He solo feeds it. He needs help for Wrath. I need to bring in some Wrath. Surplus of pride? You think so? Oh yeah, it's true that these guys are pride heavy. Okay, all right. I will. I will entertain you. I'm going to go full stop Honglu, full stop Heath. Mao. Mouse. Serodia, Yo Sinclair, Sishmael, and Zoe Gregor. I think this team, I could fuel it better, but I think it fuels the egos well. Because the only thing I'm missing is Wrath, and I'm going to use it from your Sinclair since he's. Oh wow, no. I could do something supremely funny. I'm just passing in review every single one of my Umasang be better than Chicken Claire. But Umasang doesn't have the Wrath generation I need. Something I could do though. Hey, rescue one. Rescue one, you know, like, but I mean, I'm saying this, but I think I'd yeah, I'd rather take Liu Yi-sang because he'd apply burn for Command Meltdown. He'll also apply burn for Unbrilliant Glory. Poise is fed like that because he has a counter on top of that. Yeah, honestly, it's not a perfect team for in terms of synergy, but it's a perfect team when it comes down to feeding into each other's sin affinities for the egos. Okay, let's jump right into it. Again, guys, just keep in mind that I will just do the reading. I won't be voice acting or anything because holy fuck, my throat is cooked. I am sick. And I need to rest my voice at the very least. Wait. Oh, you want to enjoy the, Oh, wait. The event by yourself? You want to go in blind? Okay, see ya, Bio. Alright, let's jump right into it. Oh, I haven't checked like Tidalology. Wow, it's cheap for a hair. 4 Gloom, 2 Pride, that's it? Wow, okay. Coin power plus 2? What the fuck have you What the fuck are you smoking, guys? Just if it's targeting a single part. A single target. Flash power plus 1 for every sinking on the main target. If the main target has higher than 1 gloom resist, deal plus 5%. Excess resistance, max 20%. Add 2 plus gloom resonance, deal plus 10% damage for every gloom resonance. 4 normal target are killed, apply sinking to all, binding with the stagger, more damage and spreading the sinking and burst. Then gloom resist down. Oh, it's a negative. Ah! It's not a good corrosion. But I think it would deal some pretty good damage. Clash power plus 1. Welcome back, regret. I do not want to fight Seaborns. 14 stages, let's go. The Unknown Sea. Clear within 10 turns. Why cannot now deploy Faust? Well, let's go, I guess. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depth. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Saw told us that Hongyuan's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pool that endlessly drew us into itself. Wait. Is it Blue Star? Is it referring Blue Star? Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Eh? An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog on my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come to. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold on myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Oh, of course I'm not skipping, Orange. It's Limbus Company and Arknights. I am going to enjoy it. Wait, so were those animal ears? After all? 380 pool, my guy. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Orange. Like sometimes they don't want to come. Like, and you have to keep in mind that on top of that, they're egos, so they are rarer than IDs to get. Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. Dante, are you shocked about animal ears when way exists? Like, Way became a full-on centaur. You shocked by animal ears? What the fuck is wrong with you, Dante? So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it. I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Because you things are weird, okay? It's the city. Yeah. You're not wrong. Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake. Dante, have you still not noticed that Mia can understand you? Dante? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. She's so cute! Amy in Limbus art style. She's so cute! Ah! Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog on my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for the head. Yeah, I caught it quick because, like, this is not a normal situation. He shouldn't be able to communicate with Mia. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. She's so cute. Fuck! So this clock head does come in handy. Manja butt. Dante! I said I wouldn't do voice acting because, like, it's fucking up my throat. Holy hell. I'm also guys, I'm probably going to take like a quick break, like in the middle of like the event, because I really need to first hydrate myself, but I need a hot toddy. I need lime and honey and hot water, because god, my throat is dying. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, in the midst of all this, in the midst of this all-round sense of displacement. The faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Honglu! Mr. Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you doing fine. Were you lost at sea? Don't know. Well, I don't think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water's fun come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy core branch Sichin told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and I highly suspect the abnormality they ran into to be blue stars. To be blue star. And thus I highly suspect that it is quote-unquote a retcon from LobCorp, like that KJ retcon blue stars, because blue stars is a very blue abnormality that pulls things into it, and I don't think very much is known about blue star, and so I think it is a way that they're basically saying that blue star can lead to other dimensions. It also pushes you in. It also creates like a big ass. It also quote unquote brainwashes people into to basically, you know, manipulate them into and make them turn into a cult. But I highly suspect that the Amno they ran into is Blue Star, and it's an Aleph. It's an Aleph Amno. And again, if like I'm currently checking the LobCorp wiki, and in the art book it is stated that Blue Star resembles the human desire to become one and escape reality together. If the whole escaping reality fits the thing, like maybe Blue Star is indeed a portal to another world. But here's the thing, it may be Blue Star, but it also may not be, so like I'm just pulling out shit out of my ass there, so take every single one of my guesses as with a grain of salt. And got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But the one we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite a mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. Oh. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Who are you? Is that the first question you want to ask instead of just, how can you understand me? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that... It's not just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. Actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amia, the leader of Rose Island. Please, just call me Amia. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. And I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seemed that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is. At all. As far as I know, there aren't any organization in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up of these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts of the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If that conjecture is correct, we're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before. So, seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's inputs. Where do all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They are at the settlement near here where they're helping out with the various odds and ends of the village. We're all taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water. Out of water too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now. No, Ishmael and Yisong are the other half of the search party. And we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find your manager, bud. We got the news early thanks to Amia's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue the search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh. Right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amia's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. It's true that Amia has never been to Iberia before. Like she never appeared in any of the Abyssal Hunters without any of the Abyssal Hunters events. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them. But I didn't get a briefing before the mission. Those borders, huh? And how did you get in, Miss Mia? We followed Dr. Kal'tsit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Emilia? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with neuropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. Yeah, like political conflicts? High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I thought you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Emia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there! As we stood about confused, Emiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cracked rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy great sword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. You have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... called, like... Scotty in this outside is cute as hell. Come on. Better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so... we got a lot of questions to ask. Isong, Ishmael, Dante, you're unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. My relief, we were already worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Mia here. Mia? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait. Until after we take out the sea monsters. Skadi, are those organisms the seaborns Dr. Kal'tsit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. And at the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a weary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake in the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them though. So, let's take them out. We're fighting sea terrors. Please don't have nervous corrosion. Nervous impair. Sinners on top of Nether Thief brand at 10 and take fixed damage equal to 5% again. I think this silence says a lot. Orange. I think it says a lot.
거기까지. 어이쿠. 그 정도인가?
I mean, it doesn't make me hate it any less. I hate it any less. Like, you're saying it's not a big deal, but I still hate it.
타겟 포착 1시간. 그 삶의 마침표를.
Fatal to blunt.
과격검. 무상한 목숨.
I mean, it's good that it's not that bad for now. We haven't fought a boss yet. Oh god, I love this game. I mean, they are undertuned for now. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Ah, didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that scary character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. The only hard mofos are the big seaborn? Alright, okay. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Skadi glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. In a head of clock? I guess they're both technically true. But it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? Hmm? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Emilia can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah. What's going on here? Huh. Yeah, it completely flew over my head and I didn't even question how weird this is. The voices sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotions they're trying to convey. Oh, okay. So she's using her innate arts instinctively. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kinda like how Virgilius can, I guess? Oh god, my voice completely cracked there. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It'd been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Mr. Rabbit here'll be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you too also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I don't know that it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can tell us the time because they're not on time. Then, why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns. Or sea trolls, yes. While it's true that they posed certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monster with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Final boss is hype. I'm just gonna say that. Oh god, please don't tease me like that. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Okay, taking a very 5-minute long break to get the oh, there's a normal and hard mode. Alright. Okay, taking quick break to get myself a hot toddy. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I've got my lavender honey and lime hot toddy. Village of the Dead Lighthouse. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Faro Muerto. Entrance. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of a long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where... We're entrapped betwixt the twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. Yep. Our local Don Quixote is there. I didn't even try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice, echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dog! Horseman! Till the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall that be... Stop! Hold on! Hold on! Just what do you think you're doing? She's getting embarrassed by the way she acted. Young Ishmael! And hand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the Great Lake. Magi Squire! Verily, thou hast returned with Magi Squire safely in tow. What? They found Cockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcas with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scally, the operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhodes Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. In our conversation, managed to convince them that we were not a threat. I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Artus. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. Oh yeah. Oh, that's good quality honey. So if you guys hear me slurp out my hot toddy, like, what business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC then PTSD. You can't do that, Yoshu. We can't pillage this storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Slice their neck completely. Slap their neck. Well, yeah, STNC. Snap their neck completely and then pillage the storage depot. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts. Here we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from the Limbus company. We're Fixers of Justice! Oh god, for fucking sake, Don! Yeah, that. Fixers of Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All this construction material seems to suggest so. Chief! This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice, "My connection to Kessel Shaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante." So, it's still connected, at least. Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension? The costs should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. And Mia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I found myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah. Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It was me to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship, yet the service they provided us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. They don't want to eat their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ended up taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment. Which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. She's already bootlicking Amiya. Holy fuck. Amiya, please tell me that you're reading her intentions with your art and putting artists back into her place. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hams by her right wrist and nodded. Welcome to Foro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Ooh, you better not go back on your word later, eh? I wonder what kind of a local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here, by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Skadi's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You going somewhere this hour? Skadi, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast? Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Dante, Skadi just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Skadi and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Skadi spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Skadi. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Ooh, smiley Skadi! Skadi nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sight. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Ah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah. We could probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. So there are only 14 nodes. Terra. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Wow! I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. You just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, no, no! You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Okay, so we basically learned that Dawn is a terrible cook. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many as our fellows viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't I remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Merle Auntie if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Yep. Here's chicken. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Emiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kal'tsit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organization in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organization, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Yeah, it's true that in the city, everything is for capitalism. So the way Rhode Island work is completely alien to people from the city. I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island how come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island is helping people? Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. and Mia showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhuman conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growth on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, bearing environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Yep, Gregor and the prejudice of being an old G-Corp an old Smoke War and G-Corp veteran. He knows that. Then Rhode Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for apathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Mia. I really do. For truth. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much? You see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. You can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goes by untarnished by villains in their fair deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the small sound of pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! What? and from behind the wall she accidentally broke down, and the familiar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How fair is thou? First thy foot! You're gonna apologize first! Ah, that seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Two? Pretty old. Two out. Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Oh! Hast thou come to me to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, sit thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kind of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayus. I'm... how should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. Oh, a nice guy. So you are the granddaughter. Yet, I've not seen you once, Miss Mayus, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayus out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though, I would like to know why. My. So there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village, at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Ah, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayus tapped a side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Fuck. The air in my room is so dry and cold that it dries up my throat like crazy. Holy shit. I also should probably wear denser clothes. Starting like the weather is getting colder. Very, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introductions. Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably, then, ha! This shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale with the legendary fixer, the Archmagnificence herself. The red mist hath. Suppose that killed in your hope for a good night's skip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? You will take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mozart had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available clothes sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh. I guess it's okay, since Maya seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amir, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retelling of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Myers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Myers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Wow, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that!" Very, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. Haha, that's Tales of Adventures for you. things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know? You know, nothing. Not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kind of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating contrary to the tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel und Hammer we saw back at Kol aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Kal'tsit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into the chaos. That its Inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kinda makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah? They are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever length to deal with incidents related to the church that worships seaborns. Fee! An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kind of wrong faith and belief are so common. See, the seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up. So, following the logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. Must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days, but to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayers to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between each and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Give me a minute, guys. just putting on my it's starting to get cold gear, also known as skiing socks, for my feet, and wearing a jacket even inside. Because I need to get my I'm already sick. I'm already really sick. Better get myself hot to help with the cold, so that I don't catch another illness. Vessel massas. Okay, so what the team is supposed to be?
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
의로운
시험해 볼 기회구려. 시험.
잠깐.
Something like that.
내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
It's so big, amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I spy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion of de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Would that be nice? Oi! Are you two just going too far while down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. aesthetically satisfying, she says, but too ostentatious. Ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Miffy is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe point to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. Ah! But blimey, lass! You sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat. We're gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. What are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Grim's home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair this ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, the shade! To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So, what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dry food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scully said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafoods aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto? Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea-terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers and to convince them. They're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods. Or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing the ship, we're repairing the food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear to the point and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Hey, top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent. He'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi! Get back here! Ahem. Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Artist looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir, well, I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? And like Mayors or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no reason than that were from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. But Privy, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it had to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts Backstreet's people with open arm. Or maybe there used to be some rich folk? If they call them nest tough Aegir here, then does that make me the rabbit-eared last Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life form in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Carter's ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mosso stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manners of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. It is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to the nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subject of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler part of the ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Well, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple lifeforms identified ahead. Assumed to be a sea terror hold. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it! Are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Emiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young Mayus? feel like I'm just gonna get in your way, then, guys, find a place to keep Mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further.
이 정도 대련쯤은 별것 아니죠.
What are you doing, you fuckers? Inflict sinking? Okay, so this one are like really
멋지고
basic.
열정적인 아가씨라면.
웨이, 혹시 요즘 그 오티스라는 자랑 어울려 다니는 거 아니지? 나 부끄러우니까 그만해.
과격검.
한 번에 의미를 삼으셨군요. 이 기사라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
마침표를.
통로 지원한다.
예상보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가
To gloom and to pride.
놀이가 아니야.
I think I'm missing the wrath there. And I'm missing gluttony here. Fuck, that was hard. Did like 5 tries. Holy shit, that was fun, but sinking my beloved cake.
타겟 포착. 1시간.
이제 깨우치시게. 시도는 좋았어.
통로 지원한다.
위험 요소 제거. 거기까지. 위험 요소 제거.
옳다. 빈틈투성이네. 갑자기 나를 도와준다니. 이건 무슨 수작질이지?
수상쩍은 데가 없진 않아. 특별히 이상한 점은 없군요.
Oh fuck, and then now I'm missing the sloth and the pride.
타겟 포착. 1시간에.
Let's go! Green flute sack!
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해. 강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면
It was not the final boss. Oh wow. Okay, I'm kind of scared now that
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
I'm missing the pride now.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라. 위험 요소
빈틈투성이네.
시계.
이제 깨우치시게. 강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
This team is like really lacking in pride.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
허이쿠. 그 정도인가?
그 삶의 마침표를.
약점을
이러면
찔렀어.
쏠 수 있죠?
그 짧은 감상
I'm probably going to clear it anyway, so kinda sad, but hey.
해주십시오.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해.
Yeah, I couldn't use the
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
유하군.
거기까지. 거기까지. 제거.
완벽한
I couldn't use to remain oneself, 홍루.
4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을
Wow,
수 있을
Fusap Heathcliff being top damage. I am not surprised.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
I need more pride because like all of these eagles like, use a lot of pride.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다.
Oh, here's a big one.
그렇게 티나?
예전보다는 훨씬 낫습니다. 로지온 그자에게 포커 페이스를 배운 덕택일 테죠.
There's no Nether Sea brand yet.
사격 개시.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 드론도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
사선이 비었어요.
홍루 지원한다.
Oh wait. No, this one is in combat ready. It's not that it's on Nether Sea brand, right?
쉽사리 떨칠 마수는
No, okay.
아닙니다.
Yeah, I'm missing one wrath there. Oh, why is she against the Engi thing?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
비들어지게.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 옳다.
허이프. 그 정도인가?
그 삶의 마침표를.
방금의
기습하니까.
움직임
지금
홍루
두말할 것 없이
지원한다.
100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
이제 깨우치시길. 약점을 찔렀어.
Lot of pride I do not have.
메르소의 가르침.
거기까지.
대답 정도는 해주십시오.
그 삶의 마침표를.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
지원한다. 한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
Lot of nervous impairments.
이스마엘 그자가 진행해
I do not like it.
하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
내 뒤로.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
시계.
어머,
여긴 맡겨주세요.
It seems like I'm going to have a hard time using to remain oneself.
강호 유람기라면
Oh no, because of the steep price in
말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
because of the steep price in Pride.
내 뒤로.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
무기 잘못 들고 오신
이러면
것 같습니다.
쏠 수 있죠?
통로 지원한다.
중요한 건 기세라고. 히스클리프 그자가 그랬거든.
거기까지.
Wait,
완벽한 승리.
this motherfucking never see thingy
인정할 수밖에
fucking
없을 겁니다.
dangerous.
좋은 수업 덕분이지.
Stinky as hell. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Foul, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Ooh. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager? You're probably right actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. The movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? I ain't much of a question in it. They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That's fascination, maybe an attitude most befitting of a researcher. Yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then, can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Maya's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Myers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? You've got the culprit right here, the storyteller lass who's been gaping on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again! You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you bubbled all about our company secrets, have you? Nay! Fee, I was simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Emilia stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Myers, are quite the expert on the subject of seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the seaborns? I don't worship seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Myers, does that mean if seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so? Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done now? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐?
I think I need to make changes. I need more pride in this team. Need more pride and maybe nah, it is gloom. You Rodion maybe? Probably better, yeah. The Inquisitor. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh, Irene! Hello, Irene! The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. You really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw. What a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They're not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this southern coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finbis jerky to villagers. Or carry a galleon between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kal'tsit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. It is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to a side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can do that. Even if it is a standard procedure, even if they're working with the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Incop Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. And were standard procedures too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I'll try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean current here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. You know anything about the secrets in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat, and you can fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Amia is the kid! She's protecting the kid! She's protecting the child! Right? There's no way Ryoshi would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amia meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? You're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons that have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villages to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that! 2 days. Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. So it happens before the events from Sotiferanavis. No, before the events from Undertide. Because for now, Irene is still pretty much a stickler for the rules. No, is it? No, it's not Undertides. No, it's Sotiferanavis indeed. It's after Undertides, but before Sotiferanavis. Because, Scadi probably already went through Salviento. Yeah, she hasn't seen Scadi. Scadi has already went through Salviento, probably. Wait, no, it's probably even before Undertides. Yeah, it is even before Undertides, because if it was during Undertides or after Undertides, Scuddy would have been with Gladia. With Gladia and Spectre. But she's not. So it's even before Undertides. Scuddy would have been with the other Abyssal Hunters. Especially knowing the state Spectre is. The state Spectre is in. Or it could be an alternate AK universe too, indeed. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair, alas, was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retorts, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we will have illegal entry as well. We had to because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty mad doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. Wait. Saint Carmen? Is she talking about Saint Carmen? Then if she's talking about Saint Carmen, it is happening right before Undertides. It is right before Undertides. Wait, after? Probably in the middle. Yeah, it's probably in the middle of Undertides. I'm saying right before because, like... I'm saying right before because... Skadi hasn't reached Sarviento yet. Yeah, Skadi is probably in Sarviento right now. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhuman treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhuman? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any act of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Are we going to fight Irene? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition. And that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What, are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Ah, that's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair... Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stopped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracles that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? They shouldn't then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I am not some crazy person on the power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So, stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. You guys can really hear my voice completely cracking. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Cole. You were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions. So, for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Artis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. See, thing is, if I drink too much water, I'm going to feel bloated as hell. Orange. Are we going to fight Irene? Because we don't get sin affinities.
벌써 화끈하네.
You. Do not answer, but like it would be cool if we fight Irene. I mean, I'm going to find out. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. That's why they're arresting the AG left and right. I can see the thought process, but huh. So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante? This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayus. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an AG who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Find a warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayus over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. Calwife! Calwife! The ex-wife is there! The old whale! We've got the presence of the old whale! She's just aura farming! A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. God, who is it this time? That's an... Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, the Khan wife is... God. That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Kal'tsit! Do you know her? Yes. She's Dr. Kal'tsit, Rhode Island Medical Department's... Dr. Kal'tsit, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onwards, Rhode Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Kal'tsit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building where it stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. It was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building exterior wall, to punch through so many is the precise point it makes. Now is not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My hand knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's got to turn slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination, ally, might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest neighbor would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Kal'tsit. Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which you reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Myers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been shut in plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. They really nailed the way Kal'tsit talks. As fortune should have it, there's no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth and changing, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Ah! Say no such thing. We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition. And the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. You have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Kal'tsit was about to say. Take responsibility. You don't have to go that far. Ah! Blimey. Oh fuck! Well, shit. We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become a bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! Then the unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it! The Inquisitor was right! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in the cloth, and it seemed that they were coming from me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, bearing away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral crunching noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. That this fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kal'tsit's quick understanding of the situation and a subsequent retaliation led the villagers far away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize. For our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait. Lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into sea bones. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's... not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into sea bones. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's splendification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborne transformations. You should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry, was the last part kinda too much to ask? Well, wait, don't give up already! If we bring them back to Rose Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you? Dante, I know what you mean, but... I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. Yoshu? You can bisect them in two, it's fine. It should be fine. It's kinda tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into sea bones. Okay. Scuddy just went, alright, you the boss! And before we even knew it, Scuddy had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scuddy jumped into action. what are you doing? Scatty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with these threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. The wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. Kal'tsit, my goat! But that seems too small of a price for such great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking, although my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. Oh, okay. Okay, this is peak. We've got peak Don Quixote there. This is peak Don Quixote. She's so cool. She's really aura farming there. I don't know just what they was thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
So paralyzed,
예전보다는 훨씬
Gillespie,
낫습니다. 로지온 그자에게
nervous impairment.
드릴 테죠.
I'm just going to go with this.
불가 위야.
Oh, come on!
그 삶에 마침표를
약점 찔렀어.
폭로
그 짧은
지원한다.
감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는
Come on, guys! I just ask of you to win your fucking clashes.
틈을 끊어. 옳다.
The one who wins it the hardest is the one who's supposed to be... I just can't, boys.
이 정도 대련쯤은 별것 아니죠. 홍원의 가주로서 지혜롭고 용감하고 성실하고 멋지고 열정적인 아가씨라면
웨이, 혹시 요즘 그 오티스라는 자랑 어울려 다니는 거 아니지? 나 부끄러우니까 그만해.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
Oh, come on, please, Rudia. Thank you.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
무상한 목숨
Sishmael, my goat.
불끄듯 지원할 뿐.
끝내. 전수하리.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실
Nice
수 있을
judge
겁니다,
from
아가씨.
Honglu. What am I missing? Oh, one wrath.
불가 위야 막아내지 못할
Oh, come on, Faust, please.
한 점만 노린다.
유효하군.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아프거든.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
내 뒤로.
Thank you for winning your clash. Faust. Oh, come on, please, Isong.
부탁한다, 홍루.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
My sinners are fucking jokes.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
그렇게 티나?
예전보다는 훨씬 낫습니다. 로지온 그자에게 포커 페이스를 배운 덕택일 테죠.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 아득한 여정 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
거기까지.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Come on, Hongru.
곱게 접은 종이
Hongling, I should say.
19의 한 획. 용이 되어 빈 별을
Ooh, good damage.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이
지금은
있는지가
좋았어요.
중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라, 자로요.
Wait, how much nervous? Okay, three nervous impairment.
뭐 있는지.
How much in brilliant glory do you minus cabin do you have? Not enough. I think I need more sloth. Yep, I need more sloth indeed.
내 뒤로.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Okay, yeah, I think he's going to die there.
어쩌면 나
Yeah, he's not dead.
게 아닐까?
당연한 말씀을. 아가씨의 영특함은 파우스트와
I
이상.
not gonna lie, I kinda want to do something a little sexy.
아닌 것 같아. 왜?
죄송합니다.
화격검.
이 검은 빛바래지.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이
I just wanted to reform a little bit.
자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
But wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. They're just surprised that they sent someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Massas? Vessel Rebellion de las Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of searchers between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name. It must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. You won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Emiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massa soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there. As though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only Maius. So she was not with them, I guess. There was something else.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 오늘은 제 사비로 손해를 메울 필요가
Need
없네요.
one more stage before I can get Scud Ishmael. Damn it! Can we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if this is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Ah, which is a problem because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Grand Faro, but... Yep. It's the only one working, and it's the one... Well, Lumen is... Grand Faro is Lumen's hometown, after all. That lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Huh. Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scally have already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. Tis true, yet once we saw that Mayus was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scally's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her for what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Nante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto. Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Isn't that connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather is not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Aegir. I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Cotters, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhuman. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matters in regards to Mayus, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be a benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. Smiling Kal'tsit is really fucking rare. What? You're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Magus. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Luck is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. So sorry about having to saddle you with this, Magus. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of original technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Emiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Emiya and Skadi remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Emiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by seafarers. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Emiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is this something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, artists, for the charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Do I have? No, still not enough. Oh, fuck! Oh, another sea brand bullshit. After a while of carefully sailing on Skadi's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan, shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, and now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Oh, don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs would take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Miss Sang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course. My wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone. Which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hope through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terror on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. It reminds me of that Elko branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off there. Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the sea gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the Citrus from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of the day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Skadi, born from a very, very warm gaze. Skadi? Powerful imagery crushes onto me like the waves. Skadi, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Skadi, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Skadi, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Skadi's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. And I don't think we'll need to send for Skadi. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego, whatever it is. Seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace wands. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Huh? Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is! This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Emiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange and familiar light, and I saw Emiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences. So I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Skadi. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? But really, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are blown from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young Myers and young Emil learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall. Several of them, in fact. Of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. And it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything. I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayers anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea-terrors past the door. I think any sea-terrors from the sea are all converging around Skadi, which means our only roadblocks are sea-terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Yeah, that looks so cool. The eagle looks so cool. I should be able to unlock it now, I guess.
무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
Yay! We've got the Roombas! We've got the Roombas! Oh, the music is good.
화격검.
I feel bad for those who rely on Heisha. Sinking feels better to use at a certain boss in the dungeon.
보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
I mean, that's probably the case, but I'm just going to use a team like this team.
이런 것쯤이야. 문 닫고도
이제 깰
Honestly, it's just a potent team, not gonna lie. Like,
이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원일 뿐.
옳다.
like I'm not really relying
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
on Rapture.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
What I'm saying is those people who are always relying on Heisho or only has the Heisho on their team. Oh, okay.
단번에 끝낸다.
I mean, I should see. I'm not just relying on Heishos. Like, I also have the full stop. I have Zweigregger. I'm mainly relying on the egos. Not gonna lie.
그 정도인가?
흐드러지게.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
시간이
I don't really want Nethersea brand to spread.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
So I'm just not going to wake up to
헤드샷. 머리통에 적절났다고.
or maybe I should. Ah, fuck. Maybe I should kill the big one before the Nethersea brand spreads, though.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이
Because it's not awake yet, the Basin Sea Reaper.
이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
Yeah, I'm going to start firing at the
화격검.
big one. I don't want to the Nethersea brand to start spreading.
허이쿠. 그
You kind of
정도인가?
make me really interested into the boss right now.
끝내. 타오르시게.
It's endure to everything,
손을 써뒀나?
주의 깊게 살펴라.
which is kind of bad.
아무래도 쉽사리 떨칠 마수는 아닌 모양이다.
내 뒤로.
This is going to start spreading the Nethersea brand.
여기까지.
흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘. 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
무형.
Alright, I see.
그자의 가르침을
I'll see.
습득하셨군요, 아가씨.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 싱클레어
그게 덜 아플걸?
나보다 더 잘했거든.
좋아. 탄하구만.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
Oh fuck! I only have like one. Huh. That's bad.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시장에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
약점을 찔렀어.
한
그
점만
짧은
노린다.
감상 메르소의 가르침이군요.
Oh come on, Heath.
대답 정도는 해주십시오.
무상한 목숨 불끄듯 지원할 뿐. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
How do you?
모험이지.
Oh, I can unleash Gregor's swing swing. Oh, I am definitely going to unleash Gregor's swing swing.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
이제 깨우치시게.
끝내.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Oh, I did something stupid.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않을 테니.
Very good damage there.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라, 자로요.
That was a lot of damage, Gregor.
칭찬을 아낄 이유가 뭐 있는지.
단번에 끝낸다.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
I think this is going to kill though.
유효하군.
흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘.
Yeah, just the dragons were enough to kill.
완벽한 승리
벼루에
축하드립니다,
남았구나.
아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에
It
없습니다.
really makes you think about how you're going to handle, you know, the
최선의 방어는 역시 공격이지. 전투 방패라고 들어봤어?
ever heard about offensive shield use. I may just equip it to Ishmael. I love that it's a pseudo regret for Ishmael. Why am I going excavation? Am I stupid? Fuck you!
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아는가.
단번에 끝낸다.
Oh, come on, Gregor, please.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 틈을 끊어.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
옳다.
허술하게. 지금은 좋았어요.
I mean, Orange, if what you're telling me is true, then it basically means that the trash mobs are easy to deal with, but like the bosses are going to be a lot harder to
이렇게
be.
일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면
They're going to be a lot harder to tame.
탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
무용하군요.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이.
I'm going to trigger this
놀이가
one.
아니야. 모험이지.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시길.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
Come on, Ish. Thank you, Ish.
방금의
Your sanity for everyone.
없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
This one staggered, perfect.
부탁한다, 홍로.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서
I'm missing
하는 놀이
one.
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
One wrath and I think one yeah, gluttony.
사격 개시. 좋아, 탄하구만.
This should be able to eat everything.
곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해.
Jesus Christ, those damage.
모음, 무형, 무녀. 그자의 가르침을 체득하셨군요, 아가씨.
아직 부족해. 싱클레어는
거기까지.
나보다 더 잘해. 약점을 찔렀어.
우상은 없음.
그 짧은 감상, 메르소의 가르침이군요.
불그릇 지원해.
뜻 무기 잘못 들고 오신 것 같습니다만.
그 중요한 건 기세라고. 히스클리프 그자가 그랬거든.
Yeah, right now they're on Nether Sea brand. I kind of want to do that just for the love of the game, you know, like, whether doing that would probably be preferable. I'm going to take one of the little ones with Greg. This one should be good. And Ishmael, you're in charge of kicking this shit.
내 뒤로.
한 점만 노린다.
Okay, staggered, perfect. Thank you, Yi Sang-won.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
I need to get more Boy Scouts. $32, Gregor. Still not enough.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Like, full stop Hongnu for now is like Okay.
좋아. 실탄하구만.
He's suffering a little bit from the lack of poise count there.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
I shouldn't be scared to just send everything here
타겟 포착.
because he's going to get Greggered.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지.
What the fuck?
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요하군.
마음에 들면
The damage are like absolutely insane.
보기 드문 굉장하게 칭찬을 아낄 이유가 뭐? 병력을 새로이 구성해야 하나.
불가피하다면 술책을 세우는 것이 차선이다.
Okay, Nether Sea brand is starting to spread. So you think if he's just going to hit this? For the fun, I'm bringing. This is just for the fun.
타겟 포착. 한시 방향.
틈을 끊어.
거기까지.
Not gonna lie, Mirna, like, Unbrilliant Glory really is a big ass stonks for Gregor. For Zwei Gregor.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
That's also very good, very decent damage from Ishmael there.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호
Okay, Mouse, you can have your fun.
말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠. 아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하기.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
최선의 방어는 역시 공격이지. 전투 방패라고.
Not surprised. He did 700 plus damage by himself. No. No. Orange? Is this who I think it is? Is this going to be Don Quixote versus Don Quixote? Yeah, I'm just going to use a box.
어머, 부탁드려요.
It is going to be Don Quixote versus Don Quixote. Oh god, let's go! There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but... Wait, by the way, is the feedback of the thing working for you? The screen working for you? Orange? Like on this specific, like, are you seeing like the lighthouse, etc.? Because like on my, like the feedback on my mobile is showing me the screenshot from this screenshot from a discussion between Don, Faust, and Dante on it. Maybe I should just wait. Okay, no, it's working. It's just the it's working. It's just the my app was bugged. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Isang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. You saying this is barely damaged? How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I radio the doctor. Let's... Ah! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor's giving way! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see art shattering through the ocean surface. The sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Isang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. And if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayus. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed spitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Don Quixote versus Don Quixote! One day, wet grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life in his breath. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Oh fuck. He shudders at with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Come on, Heath! We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him. 3 offense level down. Let's go.
저격수한테 이런 거 시키지 좀 마라.
So who are you? If the main target has scored, plus 1 attack. Ah! He can freeze! Fuck! I cannot allow him to deal when hit again, inflict 1 cold against the attack. Shit! Misery and calamity, offense level minus unknown. Command start gain 8 protection. Command start if somewhere else have. Oh, that's why you talked about sinking.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 틈을 끊어.
그 삶에 마침표를. 히스클리프 지금.
폭로 지원한다.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
Missing 1 wrath. And I'm going to inflict more pride.
사격 개시.
Flash power plus 1. Ah, Heath is frozen. Shit. Oh, Heath is frozen because of the follow-up attack. Oh yikes. Oh, come on, Isong! The sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold loneliness rides his below, insidious under the faint light. We waves or rocks in his eyes. The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
사격 개시.
Oh, come on, Ishmael!
무슨 술술해.
한 점만 노린다.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
끝내 전수하리.
Uh... This is really not ideal.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
He's highly resistant to everything. And this is just phase 1, by the way.
거기까지.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한획, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
머무해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Yeah, this is bad.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지.
This is bad. Yisong is nearly dead.
더 배우지 못하고 가는
Yisong's dead.
못마땅 하군.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어. 무슨 술수를.
Yeah, this sounds like a reset there.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Thing is, losing one clash kind of fucked me up.
과연
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I kind of have to retry it because like I got fucked up because of a bad clash. Like I think Ishmael failed to clash against the block, and that basically fucked everything up.
잘못 골랐나?
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
I'm just going to open with Ishmael. And the reason why I'm going to open with Ishmael is so that I can generate some fast sanity. And yeah, and yeah, Orange, now I do get what you said. Oh yeah, thinking enjoyers are going to love this fight.
쏜다.
배를 버리고 모두 아래로 내려간다.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
You fucking serious, Ishmael? Like it never fucking happens.
부탁드려요.
Like she's never supposed to corrode in situations like that. It never happens, and it happened there. Like for fuck's sake.
자, 됐냐?
敵の調子が悪くなってい
저한테
るみ
이런
た
거
いです。
시키지 좀 마라. 사격 개시.
그 삶의 마침표를. 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
시야 확보. 쏜다.
무상한 목숨. 불끈 지원일 뿐.
Scare me there, Gregor.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
사격 개시.
Come on! This is precisely the reason why I do not want to use Gregor in this fucking team. Like, Like Zweigreker's fucking
힘줄 쌓여 있나? 아니,
Zweigreker's clash power fucking sucks.
필두, 출진.
Zweigreker's the clashing value sucks so fucking hard. Kinda crazy.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
과격금.
On top of that, burn is like really easy to maintain.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Frozen there.
최선의 방어를.
틈을 끊어.
먹고 살려고 어지간한 건 다 해봤거든.
本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, it's because she has cold. I didn't realize that everyone was like slow as fuck.
번에 끝낸다.
Okay, now he's staggered from the fact that, well,
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
선 개시.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
honestly, I'm just going to use Scuddy.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
진로 지원한다.
Oh, I got frozen. Fuck.
끝내. 저수하리.
한탄하지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
화덕기가
Okay, face change.
이 여기 패자구에
It's an uncrushable. Oh, so it's basically just a fuck me. Okay, well,
타겟 도착. 1시 방향. 크리즈 타든가. 고개적
the night rides upon the violently winding steed, land strays skyward, the night races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Store him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the night, her aim and wheel undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need better moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Honglu jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her head cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않다.
Dense shadow pours under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here, there, believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Wheel. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crushing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great wheel, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Sinner Heathcliff brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity, or the music. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated. The last night gains the knight's corpus. It's only neutral, holy fuck. You know what? I guess it is time to release the beast. A knight versus a knight. Oh, he didn't stagger her.
이 검은 이 영웅은 이 영웅은 빛바래지 않은
그 삶의 마침표를
Ah.
점만 노리자.
Come on!
과연 무련무변 믿음을 되새겼다니 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
배우지 못하고 가는 것이 그저
바로 해주시죠.
먼저 빠진다.
中心が死亡。どうすれば。
그걸로 충분.
So Yisang and Faust died. This is big yikes.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Well, you know, corrosion time.
숨결 하나에 푸르른 창공 허물어지니 하나된 찬양이 만종을 울릴지어다.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까.
And I made the burn explode. Okay, let's go. Fucking hell. Oh, that fight is awful if you're not using sinking. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse. Not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon which focused entirely and powerfully on Skadi and single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kazimierz. There's nothing better than a knight to fight another knight! This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was the banner hanging on the wall and sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wear the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Maius has completed the repairs. Ooh, the light returneth to its house once more. Silence all. Maius is saying something. Like Otis said, Maius was speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shore. Shore somewhere in the coastal sea. It's moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I radioed Dr. Kal'tsit immediately. Ah, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This would be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, Almighty Knight, what is the name of thy noble steed? I have to do a little something. I'm sorry about this, guys. Rocinante. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Isha, no. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Pryse thee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave, and the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you right, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem, my apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Emilia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Kal'tsit, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They've already done clearing up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. It's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kal'tsit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scally and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scally listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel masters. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I see you after we retrieve the vessel masters. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄
That
알았냐?
boss fight is hardcore. Like, yikes. Rhodes Island. Yeah, we've got Cortez, we've got...
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
Bullshit! That's all I'm gonna say. This is a doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. After everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisang, Faust, or Hohenheim from SCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. That ticking just now was... nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amir. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amir, actually. We'd been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amir. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so... don't worry about it. We'll talk over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands. Second hands means hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Mercer put it sounds worse. Don't worry. It is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they are hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more seafarers. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kal'tsit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by seafarers before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on a closer look... Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bot? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive. Far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If you're strategizing done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are. So, please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and seafarers, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Oh, not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind! Monster is on your name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Strategy versus all-out brawl.
이 정도 대련쯤은 별것 아니죠. 홍원의 가주로서 지혜롭고 용감하고 성실하고 멋지고 열정적인 아가씨라면
웨이, 혹시 요즘 그 오티스라는 자랑 어울려 다니는 거 아니지? 나 부끄러우니까 그만해.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
이러면
차포전이라
쏠 수 있죠?
공로
예상한
지원한다.
것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
대검 방어.
Oh, come on, Yisong, you had one job.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Oh, come on, Ishmael.
타오르시게.
수업을 마친 그레고르 그자 같은 표정을 하고 계시는군요.
그 정도는 아니야. 컨디션이 조금 나쁠 뿐이지.
사격 개시.
Oh, come on, Ishmael again.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
적의 팔다리를 끊었군. 이제 전력으로 쳐라.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 순탄하구만.
끝내.
옳다.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야. 강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
Song should be there.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 훌륭하군요.
약점을 찔.
I already got a lot of nervous impairment. I really do not like it.
대답 정도는 해주십시오.
대검 방호.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌으니 식후의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
검을 휘두를 줄 아는 자는 많다.
부탁한다.
그 검에
여긴
길이 있는지가
맡겨주세요.
중요할 뿐.
마음에 들면 들었다. 솔직히 말해라 자로요. 보기 드문 용장에게.
Yep, and then the Nether Sea brand is like starting.
사격 개시.
다음 목표로
Kill the Nether Sea brand there. Kill the little ones.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
상대를 훌륭히 쓰러뜨리.
Yep, it's Fabius time, I guess.
저자 의원한테 데려가.
No, I'm going to throw in these first.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
단번에 끝낸다. 틈을 끊어.
필요하군.
Big damage.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
They should probably all die, but hey.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지.
Big damage there.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
좋아. 순탄하구만.
끝내 전수하리.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이
I mean, if that's it.
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
이제
Yep, Fabius dead.
순탄하구만.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨.
And then the
이 정도의
Roombas.
성과라면 4대
Woo!
가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Maius? Maius appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now, it is time. Devour me. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regain our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 20 in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I gain a new power from me there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Not worry, your flesh will fatten the blood kin of the sea. Mayers waves her hand, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayus. Kal'tsit, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayus... It wasn't Fabius. Mayus was the Bishop of the Deep. Oh, and she's planning to get into the city. Fuck.
거봐 누님, 내가 뭘 했어? 돌아와서 모조리 불태울 거라고 했잖아.
They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, this is what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew that what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you. But I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayus, and now you're gonna... Oi. What exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the Giza was, right? Ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabians believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So, you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help the city of the people of the city, that's all. So, I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then. Then, the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Massas will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussion in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet, it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Civitatis classification. Holy shit! Okay, that's bad! Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, this should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Kal'tsit shook her head resolutely. No, your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originum Arts, nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world invulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then, can we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust? Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation would rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates of fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Myers? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. Well, what are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all that. She ain't all there either. Eh? What kind of help is that? Myers, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. Light? The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Could it be... Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a great wheel called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become seaborns. Look, I want each seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was a clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions? The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that feels natural, because seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good thing can come from selfishness, that's true. That's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust death. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bears. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayas. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Myers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. But wait, can people in other words, Myers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to influence an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Myers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world, and you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaboards are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and the ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No. There is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Myers. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That may be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is, how can you lead the people of the city and then Terra? Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operators unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk that path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with the ill intent. You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Maya slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in the every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayus. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense, golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kal'tsit. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scuddy here. You'll be staying behind then? Emiya will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayers, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Well, time to get in, I guess.
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
News of the wars getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-bound calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. Give me a minute, guys. I'm just opening a pack of cookies because it's currently like, it's currently like 1:42 p.m. and I haven't eaten yet. I haven't gotten myself lunch. So please just let me snack on some cookies. Hmm. Yummy cookies. Aren't you going to the surface, Myers? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in A-gear. I'm not. If A-gear falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I consider some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. A bit fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to A-gear, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that will hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Hegelian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving. This wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the A-gear. They denied an A-gear's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost! We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? You really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side: Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nelesi brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. The tales were not entirely fabrications. Maias is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition. Regardless of her reason. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Yes, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter, because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it up in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Maias, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Maias mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of seaters crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Adjudante, right? Do speak. We'll hold the line and defend this place against the Sitra rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Maias and deal with the remaining Sitras? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. Operators, we'll be drawing the Sitra to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Mia, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Be right back. Dungeon time!
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
그 삶의 마침표를
敵に対して
지금
大きな打撃を与えました。
쏜다.
はっ
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
敵は深手を負っています。 단번에 끝낸다.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길.
덕사는 위험이
We're building up sanity.
방어.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보.
쏜다.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보.
쏜다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
과격감.
무용하군요.
깔끔한 헤드샷.
Building up, also building up my pride and sloth,
効果的でした。
무용하군요.
sloth stash.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
사격해. 깔끔한 헤드샷.
効果
머리통에
的な攻撃で
작살났다.
した。
다음 목표로
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보.
쏜다.
Gold Forge Compass. What does it do?
저격수한테
When using a
이런
plus con
걸
skill,
쓰는
heal
거야.
5 SP. When using minus con skill, lose 5 SP. At max SP or at minus 30 or less SP, gain 1 power projection. Ooh, that's a really good eagle gift.
박질 시간.
화격검.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
최선의 방어를.
効果的な攻撃でした。
좋아. 신탄하구만.
흐드러지게.
What are you weak against? Okay. Basically everything.
타겟 포착. 1시 방향.
한 점만 노린다. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
무용하군요.
남길 말은 없겠지. 언제까지 버티나 보자고.
You should be fine.
무용하군요. 시바이에 의뢰했던 이가 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 테고.
끝내. 전수하리.
Okay, staggered, perfect.
그 삶에 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보.
Perfect. And on top of that, it kills. So now I can clear all of the Nether Sea brand. Perfect.
敵を食い止められます。
화격검.
이제 깨우치시게.
You're only stocking up on ego resources.
불타버렸나? 흐드러지게 타오르시게.
부탁한다.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
敵は深手を負っています。
Wait, why is there another C brand?
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Why is there another C brand? I thought I cleared it.
サンタさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
흐드러지게.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸? 대검에 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 敵は深手を負っています。
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Sorry guys if I am starting to get a little less talkative than usual. Not gonna lie, I didn't sleep much because I was so hyped for the collab, and thus like I'm kind of getting sleepy right now.
필두, 출진.
Hard fighting coming.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Piece of garbage.
단번에 끝낸다. 무용하군요. 敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
대검 방어.
사선이 비었어요.
홍로 지원한다.
Come on, Yi-song, tell me you stagger.
흐드러지게.
Perfect.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸? 敵は深手を負っています。
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
그 삶에 마침표를.
敵が認識でなくとも
시야 확보.
最善の選択だったはずです。
한 점만 노린다. 좋아, 순탄하구만.
効果的な攻撃でした。
끝내. 전소하리 하울시계.
ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。
대검 방어.
敵は深手を負っています。
사격 개시.
Should do it.
안 아플 거야.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
타오르시게.
And one less Seaborn to deal with.
다음 목표로.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
화격검.
틈을 끊어. 바로
Basically dead.
꿰뚫은 줄도 모를걸.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
Staggered, perfect.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
敵は深手を負っています。
Not gonna lie, dodge really helps in this event.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
That's fine. That's because it's been quite a few hours. Yeah. Yeah. Basically 6 hours. Yeah.
쏠수 있죠?
공로
6 hours and a half.
불타 버렸나?
Fuck's sake.
대검 방호.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
That's a lot of the sea brand. I don't like that.
사격 개시.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
깔끔한
Okay,
헤드샷.
insta killed it.
머리통에
Perfect.
작살났다고.
Yisang is getting dangerously close to nervous impairment explosion.
모를걸.
대검 방호.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
He had another sea brand there.
시바이에 의뢰했다면
대검에 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
이젠 안 아플 거야.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요. 사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
타오르시게.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
불가
こ
위야.
の勢いに乗って
막아내지
勝ちに行き
못하리.
ましょう。
Perfect kill, let's go. Good gestion of what the fuck happened there. Nothing happened, okay. Okay, so full healing. Let's go. Maya's Fathom
방송을 켜겠다.
facing Maya's as a boss. Oh, the music, Maya's despair. The repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and their faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. The ties that Miss Mayers is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, the civilization, and the city they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Emotional
水星
connection.
の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
The only one I'm going to let use an ego is going to be Gregor.
듣는다.
눈부시지 않다. 두려워하지 마.
Because I want him to activate since he's going to take damage anyways.
부탁한다. 홍아.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて
That's a lot of
本当に嬉しい
Seaborn.
です。
I think I can guarantee Ishmael going. Why? Because these two are just going to wipe everything.
화격검.
I'm pretty sure of this.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에
これ
남았구나.
がリンバスカンパニーの戦闘
And if it doesn't wipe, it at least staggered everyone.
していただきました。
See, it only targets mayors there.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
No, I forgot to.
부탁한다, 홍로.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
敵は深手を負っています。
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
틈을 끊어.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
남길 말은 없겠지.
시바이에 의뢰했다면
It's not gonna be enough to stagger it. Shit.
이 스며들 듯한 온비. 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 敵は深手を負っています。
화격검.
한 점만 노린다.
그 삶에 마침표를. 사선이 비었어요.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
최선의 방어를.
I'm going to have problems with
남길 말은
I'm going to have a problem with the big Engi flower. Because I'm getting a lot of honestly, I think it's best if I do that. Gregor is fully loaded. Don't like doing that.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하게.
I'm getting a lot of nervous impairment and I don't like this.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Big sanity heal for everyone.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나. 끝내.
Big sanity heal again there. Okay, no one got staggered. Let's go with that.
그 삶에 마침표를.
Perfect. Staggered.
클리프, 지금.
홍로 지원한다.
끝내. 전수하리.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Nice, Heathcliff. Yeah, Faust took a lot of nervous impairment shit there.
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
It is now time for Gregor to be an absolute menace.
산등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해.
You talking about Mayors? Oh, phase 2. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But I won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought the bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our subject of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Maya's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. It is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone. In the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Farum to my home. And like my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed the survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart, stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I had already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition seaborns need to fulfill to retain their senses, their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundations of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and still my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayus wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I took on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mayus, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked. Then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to... You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. Isn't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the seaborn's sense of selves? Is that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayus, it won't change anything. Turning on nature's kind by transforming us into seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayus. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us as we are now may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that seaborns can be the answer I've always thought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayus. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, an endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. If Maya's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Myers. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another. It won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Myers, it's such a prideful thing to do.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Oh wow, it's hopeless, holy shit. Wow, okay.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 힘.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자의
She gains a lot of shield, holy fuck. Ah!
이 스며들 듯한 비에 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Oh, Ishmael took nervous impairment, but since she's
기록에 따라
she's in defensive stance, she didn't get staggered. Perfect.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식후의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Tides carry away the windows to Maya's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Maya's in the dungeon of the fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If a distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breath, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Maya's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it says little handy down there here. This has an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint the Inquisitor brought. Then should this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of Sitchers. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to just take one of the machines. Incremental motion firmware detected. Activating blockade command. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds helpful. I can't get staggered! That motherfucker's slow as fuck.
사격 개시.
틈을 끊어. 바로
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식후의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
How did Yi-san get staggered, for fuck's sake?
자원의 방어를.
My fucking lock doesn't exist, I swear to fucking god.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Are you fucking serious, Faust? My sinners are absolute fucking morons. You know what? If you're going to die and I'm willing to let you die, get rid of the Nethersea brand.
얕본 건 저였나 보군요.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
How did that kill?
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
흩뿌려져라. 주악함의 모든 시선이 이끌릴지어다.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
Can she lose some fucking shield, please?
승리를 위해서라면
Like, she's not losing any fucking HP.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 여정 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Nice, this is good.
이 스며들 듯한 비에 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
숨통 끊기.
You had one job, Sinclair.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
헤어내리.
아득한 여정 멈추지 않는
Come on,
시대에서
Faust!
희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
I'm really spamming Fluid Sack there.
이야기는 해장 후에 마저 하지. 명예는 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 텐데.
너무 춥고 빗방울은 차차 굵어만 가구려.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
I am really spamming
여정
fucking
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아
fucking common meltdown.
답을 구하시게.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
이야기는 폐장 후에 마주하지.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠느냐.
틈을 끊어.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 텐데.
혈염도 바로. 뭐야?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
It's an absolute fucking struggle, this fight.
타오르시게.
God, this fight is a fucking struggle, motherfucker! Ah. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences, to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired those two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more. to find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help. We'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massas. Battle complete. Vessel Massas. It's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What happened to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where does this shape come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head, as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Brace! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks! Mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has survived that we grabbed onto something. I see. They're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact! Stay alert, something's coming! The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned portside, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborne, about the size of... no, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Massas across a dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now, and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborne's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborne as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Scuddy, you... Scuddy, you? Yes, I'm the enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scuddy positioned herself there. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scuddy's... well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scuddy. Yep, the targeting is Shamla. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from the long defense against the waves in the Dungeons of the Fathoms. Dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Mia, who battled Mayers in the meantime. To engage that seaborne in these particular circumstances... Oh... Something shakes the vessel Massas once again. Is that the last night? What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessel massas, past the sudden wall of mist there was. We're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Ishamla! Sir Knight? Two Seaborns. He's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'd be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hongnu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough wave, at the great Seaborn as though he hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repair that Seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel massas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Skadi leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both excited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have Yatsu out here? This Kal'tsit seem to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment. I really do, but... Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or... But if it's closing now, because our work here is done. There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We'd been lost for a while in this world, if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merda! Try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Skadi and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Epic! Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel massas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... Where is this Hongyuan? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come to. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to continue cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your bodies. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island? Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a lobotomy corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug at my heart. An ego I don't even recall extracting. Resinante, Privy, avail me but 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yihongyuan. But on the desk I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memory before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideas, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep working. Yeah, more character development for Dante, let's go! Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys! Time to get to work! The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out of a long dream. God, this interval was like super cool.
저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
I am definitely not farming this stage though. Maybe I will farm it in normal. I refuse to farm it in hard. Oh, I basically cleared it already, by the way. Okay, let me just do a little something. Just need to change my company a little bit. Where's Greg? There. Okay, I switched out my company. God, this interval was like so cool. It was so epic. And like we got like some more, you know, character development for Dante. We've got little bit of shine onto Gregor on this event. Mayos was a great antagonist. Really interesting to have like this philosophical debate between her, Dante, the sinners, as well as Doctor and Amina. Overall, really cool intervals, and the egos are like awesome. They're great. They're super fun to play. They're really strong. On top of that, 10 out of 10 collab. Kim Ji-hoon, you cooked. They cooked super fucking hard. But yeah, sorry guys. Hope you guys. Sorry guys, this is going to be all for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had fun. Hope you guys enjoyed this collab. And yeah, all I have to say is see you till next time. Bye bye, boys.